Welcome, everybody. Oh my God, you really did the whole thing. Okay, welcome everybody to Monopol, to the 23rd TouchDesigner Roundtable Berlin. Very happy that so many of you came. Thank you for that. And thank you lots to Jose and Monopol who invited us to this wonderful place, which I discovered only recently, but I really like to keep coming back. And as you know, this is a place for media art and for light art, and that's why it's a good place for our community. Most of you did the tour. Nevertheless, we asked Jose to make a little presentation here about Monopol because, of course, you're the most important people, but there's also the people in the stream, and they didn't have the privilege of getting the tour, and so maybe some things Jose will say sound familiar to you, but that shouldn't be a problem. But before we get started with that, I want to thank our supporters. Daniel Molnar, Lalindra Amarasekara, Stavrianos Skalidis, and Felipe Infantino. Thank you very much for getting the supporter tickets. Of course, Derivative and Monopol. We're going to have 4 talks today. First, it's going to be Jose, who's going to talk about the backstory of Monopol and what's going to happen here. And it's going to be exciting what's going to happen here. And then we have IRINA Petrova, who flew in from Porto to talk to us. Then we're going to hear from HARSHINI KARUNARATNE, a very engaged community member, and last but not least, Daniel DALFOVO. I'm looking very much forward to that because I just remembered that I think 5 years ago we organized the first workshop in Berlin, and a big part of that was Daniel talking about LED mapping, and that resonated very well with me because yesterday I gave a workshop about LED mapping and I could rewatch the video from 5 years ago, and there was still a lot to learn. It's free and online, so I can only recommend it. But that being said, thank you to Wieland and Timo who put all this wonderful reverb in the space, which was awfully dry before. And now I would like to introduce Jose Alacron. I always mix up these 2 letters. How do we? Jose from Monopol.
Before of anything, thank you to Stefan to really make all this. Every one of you are here, and this beautiful community, whether all the TouchDesigner Roundtable are building around Berlin internationally. It's like. Yeah, it's like a great community, and I don't know, when I approached Stefan, from my side, I was super curious because always we was playing with installations, with lights. I build normally a stage, etc. So I always I'm not a expertise technician boy, but I was always inspired by all these people was playing with the technology, softwares, and when I meet like touch design, was really blowing up my mind in the way, you know. And we was here in these distillation rooms, like I said before, you are sitting in before this was fire where you was sitting now, you know. It was a alu tank of 50 meters high, and they was putting fire here to heat up 1 million of liters of alcohol, you know. And now I feel it like always was like a energy transformation in this room, you know. And we try to keep transforming energy in a new way, and with all the locals, try to connect with the city. And part of my mission in this place is like connect with many tribes what we want or what we can in the city. That means like Monopol is a project like what is really welcome everyone in the city. We are listening always different projects, we do residence, we offer spaces for big projects, small projects, hourly projects, but we try to make much how we can in the daily basis. But I just wanted to give a signal to all the touch design or the roundtable community, like always, Monopoly is open for dream around, to create around, use the capacity of what all the technicians, all the builders, all the creative people, what is around here, to like make a synergy between different projects or ideas or dreams, what everyone have. I will tell a little bit, because I tell it to you already, but we have online people what probably still don't know about this place. And we started in 2019. Where you are here now, this was like 3 tons of bird shell. It was the biggest bird's house in Berlin, probably. And I was, when I arrived here, say, what's happened here, you know? And then always was one worker in the factory what was allowed to go inside of this room for 200 years. And then in the way, the mission was like give back all this space to the city in the clever way what we can do it. And there was nothing, you know? No water, no electricity, no internet, nothing. It was just abandoned space for more of 10 years, and the biggest bird's house in town, I think so. And I'm really happy to see every one of you here today, and it really make me reminds what we was thinking in the beginning of this space. Always with this dream about to play with technology, to bring our friends and make bigger installation, quality shows, and keep connecting with the city. And I don't know, for many one of you probably it's the first time what are here, but nothing what you see today is like just for today. It's like a long process, and with that, I just wanna to keep pushing every one of you, like to trust your dreams, and if you feel frustrated after a project, keep pushing yourself and try to be creative much how you can. You know, is nothing in life arrive to one day to another day, and something what you put love always will arrive in a good way, and you will feel proud of yourself in the end. So I just wanted to again say, if you have any idea, any project, any dream about it, it's found like don't hesitate to ask or feel to ask to Monopol if probably we can help you in any way. You know, we're gonna be here. We're not gonna move from here. We have really. I think so. We are in the same page with the owner since long, so this is super good. And everyone notices it is changing so much. So yeah, welcome. I hope you really enjoy today. You really enjoy all the artists that we share knowledge with you, and welcome. Just that. Again, thank you to Stefan, and thank you to every one of you to spend your time and be here today.
Thank you, Jose. Is it okay if I ask you 1 or 2 questions, or also if the audience asks you? So I'm wondering if I have like an idea for a light installation and performance for this room over there. How can we go about it? Will I have to bring the funding, or do you support people when they have ideas, or what's the process?
We are super flexible. I mean, I'm here since 3 years. Before was many administration what passed by in the property, since this year, I accept the challenge, like to really run the space and curate the content and do everything. So we support projects a lot. Example, if somebody wanted to apply to a founding and need a venue confirmation letter for say something, we can send letter if the project is interesting. We can found a way to make a sustainability around make events, tickets can cover things, or probably if it's some people have the equipment, some other people don't have the equipment, no? So make that a big difference. But we, like I said, we are open to support small projects, bigger projects, little projects, and always try to find the way to make this thing, the project alive. You know, it's not something like we don't have like the power of invest in projects. You know, but we have a nice networking around, and when an interesting project comes, and we feel it that it's a project what we really wanted to do, we support it a lot. But basically, every project has his own history and his own. We need to find a way how to do it, you know.
And I heard that there might be a festival coming up called End of Nations. Can you say something about that?
Yeah, End of Nation is the second edition. We was doing last year here. Was somehow like a Corona creative festival what we started to do last year with this idea of no border. It's somehow a political message, you know. It's like I was having this idea to no borders, no corruption. I was in my mind after Corona with all that things. So when we need to thinking about a name, I was say, okay, end of nations and end of corruption, end of this. Yeah, it was more in this way, like open a space for everyone who have the intention to show a piece, and we make this call out, and yeah, last year was crazy. We just do it, and we was having here was a entire flying in the air. We was having 20 something holograms here. Was like super nice light installation and sound installation. We was more in somehow, I don't know, we was having big names for say something, no? We was having Max Cooper, we was having Acid Paul, we was having many different other artists, but this year we'd say, okay, let's make an open call and connect with the community and give all this technology access to people what is around, or people what we are checking the work and they inspire us, and this will happen Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We start around 2 p.m. until 10 in the night. It's gonna be like pieces in these 3 rooms, and we have the gallery, we have the theater room, so it's gonna be like a full day program. And then it's like other thing what we try to do is this new media art in the city really turn in something what I feel like exclusive in the way, you know. If you wanted to see an installation or something there, the access to go that is ticketing, etc. are expensive. So we are in Reinickendorf, like in the workers area of the city. So we try to approach everything what we do here like more accessible and don't have this exclusive thing and just in the prices to go in. So we have a really like 10 euros price ticket, and people can come, and we don't have any commercial feeling in the back. We just wanted to cover all the rental equipment that we have. But yeah, this is in the weekend.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that and to all nations. Yeah, thank you for that. Are there any questions from you guys? Then, if there are, we have to switch positions. Then you go here, and I reach the microphone. Is there anything you want to know? Is there anything you want to know from Jose? because if not, then he explained everything very well. And we can go grab another drink because the next presentation is going to be at 8 o'clock. It's going to be IRINA PETROVA. And until then, I think it's time for mix and mingle. The bar is outside, so you can catch the last rays of sunlight. And I'll see you here at 8. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I had the same question.
Estaba aquí, ¿eh? Igual, o sea.
Hello. And we're back with the next talk. And it's going to come from IRINA Petrova, who is about to finish her master's degree at the University of Porto. Her research centers around a crucial question: how can we devise interactive, immersive narratives that foster creativity through collaboration? She also told me that she's an opera singer and is considering to sing her presentation, but maybe not. So I present to you IRINA Petrova, who came all the way from Porto.
I mean, after this introduction, I should sing a little bit, at least for my friends who also sing opera, right? Okay, let's do it. Ready? Okay, that's it. Just because this place is so amazing acoustically, you know, when I walk in, it's just beautiful. Okay. If I can remember the password for my computer. Oh, okay. Where's my mouse? It's there, okay. Things changed a little bit. Okay. No. Hello, my friends. So, happy to be here tonight. Berlin is the city. Berlin is the city of art innovation, and I'm looking forward to the next few days here, especially with this beautiful weather that's going on right now. Let me begin by understanding a little bit about tonight's audience. How many are visual artists? At least half, okay. And how about VJs? A few. Okay, yes. And how about anyone in the interactive or participatory art? Wow, amazing. Interactive art? Okay. And performing art? Okay. Sound design, sound artists? Wow, amazing. What an amazing crowd. All right, so let's jump right in. I'm going to be talking about technology-mediated experience in physical space. I'm a member of Discord server by William Schulp, dedicated to TouchDesigner. William is also known as Electronaut in the TouchDesigner community. Recently, one of the server members posted this meme. First, it illustrates all of the amazing creativity which exists within TouchDesigner community. It also tells us something else. It illustrates the loneliness epidemic, which has been on the minds of many when we think about virtual living, with meaning evolving from the screens of computers and smartphones at an accelerating pace, while our physical environments and people who may be present in them are often neglected. How can we bridge the gap between virtual and physical? Can we develop interactive experiences for groups of people in physical space, using our skills as creatives by opening generative art to a dialogue with the observer participant? Can we create scripts for groups of people to co-create through interaction with visual systems we design? So, relationships are complicated. Here's a sketch of various fields of knowledge which go into developing a technology-mediated experience in physical space. As soon as I drew this sketch, I thought of Klimt's painting, the kiss of digital and physical environments. Relationships are complicated, but that will not stop us from experimenting and trying to understand how to achieve harmony. Because technology-mediated experience is a widely used term, I define interactive mediascape, or also interactive happening, as a mixed reality interactive participatory event, a co-creation space. Understanding how to develop these experiences is a complex task, and I'm currently working on my master's thesis on this topic. Given the limitations of time and focus of this presentation on digital visual art, we are here at the Node Institute. We are actually at MONOPOL, and but this is a Node Institute's TouchDesigner meetup. So I will make a brief introduction to the interactive mediascape idea, gravitating towards its applicability in the TouchDesigner universe. Okay. So, a little bit of technical things. Tonight, I would like to demonstrate to you how to use ultrasonic proximity sensors with TouchDesigner. I will give interaction devices based on proximity sensors to audience members. And together, we'll see how such interactive paradigm can be applied within the TouchDesigner environment. To begin the experiment, I have two devices. Okay, so this is really big. Okay. I did not know that we're gonna have such glorious, amazing projection. Okay. So I think this is pretty self-explanatory, steps 1, 2, and 3 with the, but if anyone wants to go back to this, they can rewatch the recording. But so now we're gonna try, okay. We're gonna try the experiment. I have made, oh, by the way, I keep this experiment very simple on purpose as we are limited on time and presentation format. However, these sensors can be mapped to any TouchDesigner event, to any property in the generative visual system. The possibilities are truly limitless. Spaces like this one we're in today, or the planetarium where the roundtable was held a couple of months ago, would make a great environment to experiment and create participatory interactive projects. Okay, now we try. So, can I use the other mic? So we have a couple of, I'm gonna make this a little bigger, so that, so I could also show the pure data part, but okay, we'll just do this way. Okay. So we have a couple of sensors, and the way they work is you hover. Maybe I'll go back to where the cameras are or whatever. So you hover over the sensor with your hand at about 5 centimeters from the sensor, and just keep it there. That's about it. So let's try. We have chocolates. Oh, wait, I didn't show another slide. Okay. I'll show it later. Let's just try it. You want to try? You can hold it. Yeah, closer. Yeah. Closer. Yep, there we go. You want to? Pass them around. Try things. Pass them around. and see if you can figure out what's going on. I mean, I made it pretty simple. It's chocolates and nuts. Okay, I should show, sorry, I'm gonna show the slide because otherwise it's not gonna be, the next slide, this. So, what just happened? Slides. I had these things in my cupboard, and then I put the sensors inside. So we have, you know, the bag from chocolates and the bag from nuts. Okay. So, yeah. And you can pass them around. And I'm actually curious to see if they can go to the back of the room and like if the connection is still gonna work, because I've never tried it in such a big space. Oh, so we got the cookies, we got the cookies. And the cookies come on when both of them are triggered at the same time. The cookies, the sensors, please don't eat the sensors. And please, okay, so just, yeah, like, and you can pass them like to the back of the room. And then we have the other part, which is this, and it's together. So it's gonna, one person can do two things at the same time. So this would be nice for, do we have a soundtrack? Something, no, nothing, no, huh? Something, yeah, something, you know. And sensors can also be mapped to sound, so you can have sound and visuals interaction environment created this way. Are you noticing which ones are you trying, and was it clear what you were doing? Okay, yeah? Because this is one of the challenges in multimodal, well, this is not multimodal, although it is because it's a touch. So it's one of the challenges because you have so many variables that people a lot of times when they start interacting with the sensors, they don't really understand what exactly their impact is. So I'm happy to hear that it's clear. And this is very simple, of course, but even in a simple project like this, a lot of times it's challenging. That's nice. So that was a big picture of the cookies. Oh man. That makes me hungry. Okay. Okay, so that's that. And if anyone, you know, okay, so I will be finishing up, but we can certainly discuss this afterwards. In closing my presentation, I would like to leave you with a few questions. How do we begin thinking about user journey? What is the rhythm of events? Does interaction visual complexity increase with time? What features of generative art are best suited for interactive experience? How long is the experience? It's like a poetry book being written in real time by a group of people, but in physical space as opposed to a page, and through technology-mediated experience as opposed to a pen. The challenge is to find a way to design a system that will foster such environment which will be filled with curiosity and grounded in physical human communication. And that, ladies and gentlemen, just might be a step towards solving the loneliness epidemic, while also integrating new technology and generative art into a non-virtual experience. That's my presentation. I don't know if anybody has questions or comments.
I think the best is you stay with this microphone. I have this microphone, and then I can pass this around the audience. But maybe I'm not so sure what we've been seeing, because it was kind of clear, okay, you have the distance sensor and then these images change, but why are there now these many of these things? And then why moved they together in the middle? Was that something that had to do with the interaction of the audience, or is that something that the
Yes, there is the other two sensors, they produce the result of the flipping book and then the image coming into the middle, yes, and getting larger. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, okay, that's what I didn't get.
Those things, yes. Some people have those. It's the one that has the board. Did you guys in the back manage to interact? It works? It's not working out there. Yeah, so it's about 20 meters tops. Oh, who just did that? Okay. We're back to knots.
So, I mean, you asked these 4 questions at the end.
Yes.
Is this questions that you ask to the audience, or do you have answers yourself? Have you found answers through your research to these questions?
I think this is just the questions that I have, and I'm also passing them on, because I think a lot of times when installations are created, they're created with the one person interacting, like one-on-one interaction. But what if we think about a group interaction and we actually try to think about some kind of a narrative in that interaction, and so that it's not a simple action of stepping forward or stepping back, like we saw the KINAT installation in the other space just a few minutes ago. It's an experience that people can have for a few minutes, but how can you actually script things, environments where people could be engaged for over a period of time? You know, there's so many variables and things, so that's what I'm thinking about. And TouchDesigner and all of that is the generative visual that you can every TouchDesigner tutorial that I've seen, you could integrate with interaction, you know, so there are a lot of possibilities, but the question is how to...
I mean, my personal answer would be is the element of surprise, because if you have an interactive installation, first instinct is to figure out how it works, and then it gets boring. So my best experiences are when the thing is not decodable, because then people spend much more time to try to decode it or play with it, because it's not obvious. But that's just my experience.
But at the same time, if it's too ambiguous, people get frustrated and walk away. So
True.
there's a balance. And also there are different personalities. Some people have more patience than others, so it's also a question. So, yeah, I don't know. How many of you guys think like you could integrate something like this in your, yeah? Is anybody using sensor? You're doing installations, you're using sensor. What kinds of sensors?
Those types also, like the distance sensors, like you use, also Kinect and all this Kinect kind of, you know, infrared structured lights stuff. Yeah, mostly. Also sound, also camera, because now you can use good analyzing tools of just analyzing the camera signal to
Right.
yeah. So
The advantage of proximity sensors is that they're really cheap. Like you can build this
Yes.
little device, you know, it costs like 12 euros for this, everything. And even that is probably a little bit too high already. You can bring it up, but yeah.
by the way, what do you use to control them with TouchDesigner?
Oh, yes, I can show this part. Okay.
Is this Arduino something?
I'm using ESP32.
Okay.
Those are, why, you know, it's from the Arduino family, but it's just a microprocessor for Wi-Fi. But yeah, I wanted to show you. These are the interactive. I use pure data. I did a talk at Music Hackspace a few weeks ago, and I actually showed very specifically the technicalities of what I'm doing. So if anyone is interested in that. But yeah, I use pure data in the middle. So the information comes from the sensors to pure data and then to TouchDesigner. So that way it's better organized. And I can also do more scripting, you know.
And to pure data, it comes from Wi-Fi or.
Pure data is a program. It's
Yeah,
like,
I know. How do you get the data?
Yeah,
into
it comes. It's UDP through UDP, like it's yeah, Wi-Fi UDP.
But why would you use the pure data? Not do it directly in TouchDesigner, because I don't see much here. There wouldn't be.
Yes, but there was the same question actually that I was asked in the Hex. It's the reason that I'm thinking if you start scripting something, I like the aesthetics of pure data. That's just very plain and it's easy to see things, and that's the first thing. And the second thing is that I like to keep the scripting separate from the events, because that way you can all, it's just, I don't know, as things get more complex, I think it's easier to keep them. But then again, if someone knows TouchDesigner really well and they really feel comfortable with that, you know, maybe it's easier for them to go straight there. For me, it's easier to first understand what my signals are and then put them into TouchDesigner, yeah. So, yeah, pure data is free, by the way, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Do we have any other voices from the audience?
Hi. First of all, I really like how you used the chocolates, and I saw also other stuff like that. That makes the sensor objects really friendly. So I was wondering, what's your journey in that? Have you used many other objects and which you find most enjoyable to work with? Or, you know, how the audience reacts?
So thanks a lot for the question. The question was if I used other objects to place the sensors on and how the reaction was. That's definitely on my to-do list, but there is a big difference in the way you perceive the interaction. I think in the academia it's called the concept of metaphor, you know, so if you imagine something, when you see the object that you're interacting with, that's already part of the experience. So far I've only tried to make them like on the board, like the same way that the second one was, but a bit longer. And I also try to make them a bit more stationary. So, and there has been, opinions have been split. But I think with this specific project, like I was speaking with someone before, it was the objects that were guiding me in the project, because I saw the chocolate and nuts in my cupboard And then I was like, I'm gonna put sensors in those bags, and I was like, and then I'm gonna put the chocolates and nuts there, and then it's gonna make cookies, you know. So that's how it all came out. But, yeah. But it's definitely a great thing to experiment, because I think, what if it's something soft, or what if it's something rigid, you know? So I think it would make a difference, definitely. Can you see it? Can you not see it, you know? Is it big? Is it small?
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for the presentation. I've got a very technical question about latencies. Because playing with sensors always means you have a certain phase shift in reaction and things like this. And one of your questions was the question about the rhythm of the party. Rhythm is one thing, phase is the other thing. So how about latencies?
Good question. And as a matter of fact, I actually, you know what, I just realized I cut off the stream of data, but then I was like, maybe someone is still trying to, because I wasn't sure if someone is just having the sensors nearby, or if someone is still trying to do stuff. So I'll just keep it on. Just about an hour ago, I had when I was preparing for this, I had the other part of the presentation where I was going to play with the audience. I would say, when I interact with the sensor, your light comes on, then you interact with the sensor. What happened? The light wouldn't come on and off all the time. So something is going on with that connection, so I took it out for now. But I think the way it's structured right now, I don't see any major problems. However, in interaction like this, I think there's always going to be some sort of a delay. So I think it's the what's the word I'm looking for? The designer needs to create the project in a way that people feel comfortable with the pace of interaction. I think it's sort of like you go with the flow. The designer needs to go with the flow, and then the people will go with it too, I think, you know. But that being said, of course, it depends on the project and depends on what you're trying to do and how fast this specific type of interaction is not instantaneous. But I think also as networks get better and we're really like, everything is developing so fast now that I think in a couple of years we'll have better connections, and it'll be less latency and all of that. So we'll get there.
I also got a question here from the stream from the user Valid Placebo or it's not really a question, it's more a comment. Quote, I love ESP32. I used it a bunch in school studying electronic and computer engineering technology. Recently, I discovered an open source firmware called Tesmota that might be worth looking into.
S-Motor?
Tesmota, it's a T-A-S-M-O-T-A.
Tesmota. Thank you, whoever you are out there. Yay! Okay, I think.
Maybe another question from me. I heard that basically neurologic research says that our brains have certain rhythms that they're kind of, as long as we keep a certain attention span. So if you build a show after so and so many minutes, you have to bring something new, because that's what kind of the rhythm of the brain is for in expectation of to keep entertained, to keep interested, and so on. Did you stumble across that in your research, and are you trying to use that to answer these questions of what is the rhythm, how long can we keep the attention, and so on?
I have a short answer. If you think about the rhythm, you forget the rhythm. So to make it longer, I would say it's necessary to do research and to understand those things, but I think when an artist makes something, we always go with the intuition first. Then we can double check and see things like that. But I think at least in the academia where I'm studying at the engineering faculty. So it's very rigid as far as data. Everything is about data and numbers, and I think that especially with something like this, we really don't know the environments that we can create and how people will feel in those environments. The only way we can understand that if we create those environments and let people experience it. But if we put the numbers before we even start experimenting, it can, you know what I mean? It can kind of counteract the intention. So I think it's important to remember, yes, the 7-second or 2 seconds attention span, or in the neurology of the brain, and perception, and multimodal interaction, and how do people, someone sees the interaction with the visual before they understand the interaction with the sound. So things like this exist, but I think still intuitively we need to go through that first intuitively, and then we can apply science to it, because if we go in reverse, then we may lose something very, very important, which is human. So.
Yeah, perhaps connecting back to where you started, the first picture you were showing was of the windows and the TouchDesigner reaching outward. I have no clue when you started the project, at what time, and what this interaction with the sensors was meaning for you personally, perhaps in the pandemic, and how much the project is motivated from the pandemic, and what role you see for this interactive elements to connect people also through the internet.
Well, I was in Portugal during the pandemic, and I lived a long time in New York City, but being in Portugal during the pandemic was a good thing. So it was not as bad as in some other places. So it did not come out of the pandemic, but it did come out of the fact that a lot of conversations that I have with my friends who are in tech, they are about the fact that we're always online, we're always connected through some kind of an app, and they're just not enough technologically advanced things being created for physical space. And I also understand that it's difficult because of the latency and because of the networks, and it's just, you need the space to experiment and all. But this kind of a first step to try to take it in, that was my motivation, to just take things out in the open instead of always looking at the phone or something.
Thank you.
Thanks. So, wow, you guys are really amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to contribute to the discussion, or should we grab some fresh air? Fresh air it is. So then see you back in here at 9 for the next presentation by HARSHINI.
Jeder hat übrigens ein Trackpad gebraucht.
Genau, bei mir ist auch das Trackpad geht nur noch rechts. Ich habe seit 2 Tagen schon jetzt gerade bis heute im Zugang nachgedacht. Das ist auch gar nicht so einfach.
2020 gekauft. Soll ich das einfach wieder machen? Scheiße, Garantie noch, läuft noch?
Nee.
Okay,
aber
ich hasse diese Firma.
Ich finde den, also sonst außer das ist ja richtig geil. Aber ja, und ja, mal gucken.
Ich habe meinen mittlerweile halt ohne Akku, ich musste den ausbauen und habe mir keinen neuen gekauft, sondern benutze gerade hier im Netzwerk. Und der geht aber auch einfach spontan aus bei Grafikbelastung.
Auch mit Netzteil.
Mit Netzteil, ja. Also dann auch ohne irgendwie jetzt runterbooten oder so, einfach einen Klick aus. Ich glaube ehrlich gesagt, die Grafikkarte ist auch einfach durchgekalt. Das ist 2019. Du trägst auch Schafe.
Du bist Josef. Daniel.
Haben wir ihn schon mal gesehen bei den anderen Roundtables?
Ich glaube, es ist noch getroffen bei ich habe dein Online-Zugang bekommen. Ich konnte leider nicht beim Pull-on-Space dabei sein. Ja, geil.
Ich bin gespannt. Ich schnapp auch noch mal ein bisschen frische Luft.
Ja, ich schnapp mir ein Bier auf.
Nimm dir dein Kabel jederzeit, wenn du es wieder brauchst.
Ja, ja.
Yeah, I'm kind of missing it because I was working for 6.5 years as a light and video technician in the opera in Berlin.
No way. I'm going to Deutsche Opera on Saturday. Amazing. Well, if I ever want to do a project that
On the big stage or in the Künstlerwagen?
on the big stage, when I'm playing on Saturday, yeah, it's gonna be the top of the. Yeah, so it's gotta be. And I've never seen a dessert like in Germany.
Welcome back. The next talk is going to come from HARSHINI KARUNARATNE, a digital artist who creates thought-provoking projects at the intersection of photography, theater, and technology. With a foundation in artistic research and performance, HARSHINI delves into themes of eco-grief, gender, the body, and the afterlife. Today she will talk about the impact of proto-cinematic devices, earlier modes of perception, and past-century imagery on her work with TouchDesigner. She will highlight, or they will highlight, the significance of analog components, and embodied experience is essential to the digital artistic practice. HARSHINI, thank you very much for coming.
No, thank you so much for the invitation. I really also did not expect this big wall, so I suddenly feel very, very tiny. But I feel like I'm just taking my baby steps into TouchDesigner, actually, and in fact, TouchDesigner is really tied with my migration to Berlin. I moved here about 1.5 years ago, and I learned TouchDesigner in my master's university from Riccardo Torsi, who's from Ephemeral Tomorrow. And it was, I had opened TouchDesigner about 3 years ago, and I think I immediately closed it and uninstalled it because I was just intimidated by the blank canvas. The UI was just way too simple for me, and I think I just needed someone to show me the ropes. My talk will not be on the technical side, but really how my research into proto-cinematic technologies influences my artistic practice and use of TouchDesigner. So think 18th century technologies influencing my work today in a 21st century context. Since a lot of you don't know me, and since also we have online audience, hello, online stream, I thought it would be great to also first get to know me. So my name is HARSHINI. I used to describe myself as a photographer and projection designer, but after coming to Berlin, I don't really know what the fuck I am anymore. Sorry for swearing on the stream. So for today, I think I'm just a digital visual artist and producer. My work is visual. I'm coming from a background in photography, and actually it was sports photography. That was my entrance. It was my entryway. I just happened to be photographing the games at my high school. So 10, 11 years ago when I was 16, I desperately wanted to be a cricket photographer, so thank God that's changed since then. But I mention this because my early access into all things visual was that. It was putting, and I realized that while I was putting this together, that my early access was kind of foregrounded in this active engagement in the visual, to be able to make quick decisions in composition, to anticipate, an emphasis on the body, and the body as being central to action, as well as a conscious awareness of space. I later studied at New York University, Abu Dhabi, where I pursued a double major in film and new media and theater. And theater was really a point of discovery for me in my undergraduate. I got to know, and my entryway was through theater and technology. And I would later take a class in New York with Max Nova, who runs Optical Animal in New York City, where I learned about VJing. And for me, coming from a film background, I'm sure some of you have this experience, that if you're coming from a film background and going towards VJing, you're like, wait, I don't have to spend 16, 20, 24 hours in a room editing. I can edit in real time. And so that performative aspect, that ability to incorporate action in my work became really central, and TouchDesigner has opened up a whole new world for me in a time where I was really using like footage that I had shot or found footage. It gave me, access into delving more into generative art practices as someone who is a non-coder. So TouchDesigner was the perfect point of access for me. So this is quite a contrast to, I think, normal TouchDesigner presentations. My point of fascination with all things visual really starts with my fascination for the magic lantern. So if you're not familiar with the magic lantern, it's a 15th, 16th century device. It's one of the early forms of the projector. And essentially you would put like a glass slide through it that had illustrations, and it would be projected by candlelight, limelight, or later the light bulb. It was essentially your like old school way of doing a PowerPoint presentation. But it really was activated in like the kind of 17th, 18th century through a phenomenon known as the Phantasmagoria show. which was when the slides on the magic lantern had illustrations of ghosts, devils, phantoms. So imagine projecting these images in a very dark room with a very drunk audience. People believe they've been unearthed from the dead. And so I was incredibly fascinated by this kind of dramaturgy in the approach of light, this contrast with light and darkness, and how creating this entirely sensorial experience could elevate and could, make an audience believe that these images were brought to life. What's particularly interesting about the magic lantern is, to me, that they're also an early predecessor to contemporary VJing, because you actually, you could stack magic lanterns on top of each other. You could fade in and out between images. They invented, magic lantern showmen also invented devices to be able to push in and out the images. And so you would get this fade in, fade out effect between images. You would get this sensation of a ghost coming towards you. And I'm not actually a fan of horror, and ghost stories absolutely freak me out. But the Phantasmagoria show and the dramaturgy behind it, this idea that light as energy and as something that could have power when contrasted with total darkness, to create this intensely visual and sensorial experience really stuck with me. I actually always talk about this performance, but it's not a TouchDesigner performance. I won't talk about it today. But my first entryway into working with projections and VJing was to kind of create a 21st century Phantasmagoria show where I was projecting and kind of creating a volumetric projection on haze with projectors from different angles. But that's for another time. What I also really wanted to talk about was, I'm also such a nerd, so I'm so sorry that this is such a nerdy talk, but I think we're all nerds in the room and on the stream. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with Jonathan Curry's Techniques of the Observer, Jonathan Curry is essentially an art critic, and he has this book where he examines how the visual culture of the 19th century was really a turning point. So he examines how, beginning in the 1820s, the observer, so that's you, the audience, your own body, became the site of new discourses and practices that situated vision within the body as a physiological event. And in particular, he speaks of, Germany's favorite person, Goethe, who refuted the idea that color was solely determined by light and the color spectrum, and instead argued that color was shaped by perception as well as elements of light and darkness. And so I'm also whoa, this is so big. Goethe kind of made the camera obscura, which is centuries old. He made the camera obscura the site of many of his experiments. Essentially, you would have a hole in a very dark enclosed space, and you would put a lens and it would reflect the outside world into the inside. So a lot of painters use this technique in order to kind of replicate reality through projection. But Goethe instead uses this as a site to examine the body as a physiological event. So I don't know how clear this text is, so I will read it a little bit. Yeah? Awesome. Near the opening of Goethe's color theory, he says, he provides a set of instructions. He says, let a room be made as dark as possible, let there be a circular opening in the window, the sun being suffered to shine through this on a white surface, and let the spectator with some little distance fix your eyes on the bright circle thus admitted. So instead of looking at the projection that this hole in the enclosed space is creating, he's instead suggesting that you look at the hole itself and where the light is emanating from. If you've ever looked directly at a projector, that's essentially the same feeling. The hole being then closed, let him look towards the darkest part of the room. A circular image will now be seen to float before him. The middle of the circle will appear bright, colorless, or somewhat yellow. And of course, Goethe here is talking about the after image. That sensation when you get little spectrals of light in your field of vision. And Goethe's instruction to seal the hole dissolves this distinction between inner and outer space. So your human body, your own body, it becomes the spectrum, it generates the spectrum of another color, and your own body becomes the active producer of the optical experience. Your body becomes the apparatus. And for me, this is super important, and why I continue to return to working with the body or my own body in my work. Because in a field where we are so continuously exposed to new technologies, new tools and updates, it's so easy to get sucked into the digitality and the technicality of it all. And I'm less interested in producing eye candy and instead more interested in looking at how the body and our perception can be impacted by the visuals I create. By making something on a screen, for example, how can I treat the screen instead as a light object and examine the ways in which I want the body and all of its senses, though primarily visual for me, to be impacted by the transcendence of light beyond the screen. I think so often we think of the screen as just the frame, but if you're creating light, if you're creating something that's digital, that content actually transcends the frame. And I mention all of this because this kind of idea of the after image was also particularly important for me in a research I started doing towards an installation I created called Between You and I, which I get really nerdy about because it's so weird. Between You and I is an intimate installation inspired by 18th century miniature eye portraits. So if you've never seen this, I think this is like the prime example of why Europe and particularly like England is so freaking weird. So in the 18th century, and I'm going to give you a moment to look at this. Yeah. In the 18th century, there was a very weird trend in English nobility where they would gift each other portraits of their eyes. So they were no more than 6-9 centimeters in length, small enough to fit in a brooch, a ring, a necklace. Super weird. As you can see, even the one like over there is just like pale skin around the eye. But looking at these portraits, they're quite individual. It's always a single person staring back at you. Looking at these portraits, I wondered if I could make an eye portrait that was reflective of the gaze exchange between two people and instead create an eye portrait that was reflective of that exchange and that mediation of the gaze. So this is why I love TouchDesigner so much, because I'm able to prototype and try ideas so quickly. So actually, with this, I started kind of trying to develop this idea, like starting from the point of this idea of the after image as this pulsating, undulating orb of light, in order to kind of create an installation that would be able to track your eye movements. So in this case, I'm using the visuals on screen and also the sound are manipulated by tracking the user's eyes or the participant's eyes. And for this, I'm using, I wish I could use like some fancy coding thing, but I'm not a coder. So for this, I'm using a Tobii eye tracker, number 4, not the 5. I don't know why they updated it. The 5 sucks. So Tobii eye tracker 4 works as easy as a mouse input into TouchDesigner. So you can use it, and it requires some calibration, but it's easy to use. And actually in this, I'm also, the color is pulsating between blue and pink, and I was able to manipulate the pulse rate with the speed of the eye movement. I remember doing like crazy math to try to figure out how can I like track the change in velocity, and then I realized TouchDesigner literally has the speed chop, so that saved me a lot of time. This is the most technical it's going to get, I'm so sorry. But essentially, through TouchDesigner, what's kind of amazing, as you all know, is that you can really do a multitude of things. So in TouchDesigner, I'm using the eye tracker to receive the input from the participant. I was also creating, using a Raspberry Pi that would output a screen, a QR code. I remember Alpha Moonbase Wieland was like my savior because he posted his QR code like patch on TouchDesigner, which worked and saved my ass for my thesis project, so thank you. And so you would be able to scan it and get your eye portrait that you would exchange with the other person that's either someone you know or a total stranger. And I got it also far as working with sound, but I did not get as far as working with light, so if anyone would like to help me on that, that is very much appreciated. I did like a rough prototype of this, and what was really interesting was to see like absolute strangers engage with it, because there's a moment where, so I did an installation where you would like look at someone's eyes, but you would only see their eyes. So you wouldn't know who's behind the wall. You would only see this kind of stereoscopic framing of their eyes. So it was really interesting to see strangers, because you never knew who was going to like pop in front of you and like what. So there's a lot of movement that takes place with the eyes, even though your eyes are the movement in your eyes is so subtle. I was able to create a visualization that really kind of tries to capture the choreography of the gaze. But also what was I didn't really intend for this to be an intimate experience, but what was fascinating also was to see couples or people that were in a relationship together sit and just look at their eyes, because I think in a pandemic/post-pandemic era, we've lost this kind of ability to make eye contact with each other, and that was also part of the reason to kind of create this circumstance where you had to look at someone's eyes. And so it also means that during this pandemic era, there's actually more movements happening in our eyes, because we tend to like avert our gaze. So just a little bit. So in the visuals, like this choreography, it translates into these glowing orb shaders, which are just GLSL shaders in TouchDesigner, each representing the gaze of a participant, and it creates this kind of choreography and constellation of movement. Okay, next one. So I'm going to talk very briefly about this one, because it is one of my latest works and continues to haunt me on a daily basis. But I was working a lot with TouchDesigner and trying to understand how to incorporate the Kinect in kind of making sure that my practice retains in the body, so that I'm not only creating visuals that exist in the screen, but I wanted to create some sort of embodied experience, and having the Kinect to do that was something that was really meaningful, because this was a project called Ophelia, which later became Siren Spirit, which looks at Ophelia from Hamlet and how she is kind of the victim of the abuse and the actions of men in the play. And I started to research about this character, and then it became clear that I wanted to embody her, and with this idea of swimming in pixels, because I actually have a massive phobia of the water. So having this kind of digital experience gave me some sort of therapeutic access to something that I'm incredibly terrified of. And I have to say special thanks to eDesign, because I was watching a tutorial on Kinect and just trying to learn how to use it. And then I realized I had it was kind of like this perfect flowing visual that I wanted to attempt to create, but not exactly. I just wanted to kind of turn the bottom half of my body into a mermaid tail. And what I did kind of by accident is that I tilted the Kinect, and just by tilting it slightly, I created a disparity in the distance between the top half of my body and the bottom half, which meant that I could come in and out of the frame as I wanted, and have this freaking amazing mermaid tail. So that was an incredibly nice surprise. In Ophelia and Siren Spirit, I utilized the dramaturgy of the magic lantern, because in a magic lantern show, you have this sensation of, you have this entry point of being led into an experience. So you would actually be led, downstairs to the basement of a church, where you would be handed something that's probably drugged. But you would be guided and invited down a specific scenario where you would enter a room filled with candles. The candles would go off one by one, and then you would be plunged into darkness. And there's this strange kind of hallucinatory experience that begins to happen. So using TouchDesigner, I tried to use some very simple noise effects and things like that to try to create this soft hallucinatory experience, so that I'm guiding you into this kind of underwater world that I'm trying to create. So I would love to play a little bit of it, because it's spoken word mixed with these visuals. So I will play a video which has audio now.
Imagine we sit at the edge of a lake. Far out in the water, it is as blue as can be. But when the sun sets, the water reveals its secret. Ripples form on the surface, one circle after another, expanding to the rhythm of your heartbeat. From the center, she emerges. Ripples like the rings of Saturn framing the celestial body. Water like glass, but underneath it lies muddy waters, lies murky lies.
we go. So that's just a quick preview to something that extends into a lecture performance that I perform live and then invoke this kind of spirit of the mermaid. And I'm trying to use basic touch designer skills, but something that was really kind of revelatory in a weird way for me is that, being part of the community here, it's so easy to get intimidated by all of you amazing people. And I was having some massive imposter syndrome when I was developing this piece. And so it made me return to my roots in photography. So actually all of the visuals are from photographs that I shot during a residency. I specifically was shooting textures of trees that had like scars on them in order to mimic the idea of scars on the body, and then manipulating that and really trying to explore the digitality of those images using TouchDesigner. Lastly, what I want to talk about is, I think a lot of you in the room know me as like dragon tamer or something. I recently started working closely with LED Pulse, which is a company that specializes in a volumetric video display known as the Dragon O. Essentially, imagine that being able to move around an image and be able to take in the three-dimensionality of it. And when I first encountered it, it was in Monum, in the 4D Spatial Sound Studio in Berlin. I encountered it through the lens of also working with a choreographer and dancer. But the more I delved into it, the more that I realized that the volumetric video display, you could treat it as a video, output, or you could treat it as an object of light. And this image on the left might be familiar to some of you. It's the horse in motion from Edward Muybridge, so again, drawing from 19th century practices. When I saw this displayed on the Dragon O, I also realized that it was a new mode of vision, a new mode of perception. I started to think, okay, I wonder what Edward Muybridge would think if he could actually walk around the dragon and see his horse, his visualization of the horse in this three-dimensional way. So a lot of you in the room may have already seen it. It's been in Monum for the past few months. It's been in Monum for the past few months up until recently. And I've had the privilege to also be able to do a short residency there and work closely with this technology and really approach it through these lenses of, how do I treat this as a light object? How can I influence the perception of someone? How can I look at after image? I was also in a residency with Jun Suzuki, a sound designer and an amazing singer based in Marseille, who came to Berlin to work with me, and we were creating sounds and visuals together, and really focusing on this aspect of like, what if you just light a single LED on the dragon? What does it do to the architecture of the space? How can we use light to actually, pay attention to the shadows, or what shadows could we create in the architecture of this unique space of Monum. And I think there was also, because I really wanted to try something with this after image effect, I even spent one day where I just was pulsing light and just staring at the dragon, and it was a trip. I don't recommend doing that, but it was fun. And so during this time, we developed a short piece called Recursive Reverie. I don't actually know if it's possible to turn off all the lights in the room. That would be super if that's possible. But I would like to show you a short excerpt from the work that we did to try to, play with this idea of three-dimensionality of the image. And I will stop talking. It's 4 minutes, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, thanks. So that's never before been seen. So you're the first audience to ever see some version of it. So that's very special for me. I forgot I'm at a TouchDesigner talk. So I should say that all the visuals were entirely made in TouchDesigner. And because Monum is a spatial sound studio, essentially they have all of these speakers and you can feel like sounds and like birds and rain. Like they even have a piece called Rainforest where you can feel like you're actually in that environment. Because we were there, we worked primarily to also spatialize the videos, the visuals. So, you know, you would hear something, you know, in your corner, and the visuals would also appear there. And so, in a way, a lot of the, I'm triggering things on Resolume, but I'm also triggering things directly from TouchDesigner, as Jun sends me a source from the 4D engine that he uses to spatialize the sound in the studio. So it was kind of also like VJing with the machine. So VJing with TouchDesigner at the same time. So I think that's it. I just like, for me, it's very special to be here and give this talk. So thank you for listening. I'm also like not very hard to find. So if after this you still have questions and things, do feel free to like look me up on Instagram, or if you have questions about the dragon, because that has been my whole world for like 8 weeks, and I sometimes forget that maybe I didn't explain it well. Feel free to also email me or talk to me. So yeah, thanks. Heart emoji.
Thank you so much for this really wonderful talk. I think you should not bother with imposter syndrome ever in the future. There's really no necessity for it. And I also really like what you said about the dragon, that you wanted to see a single pixel, because I think there's so much overdrive on this thing, but I think it needs to be, you know, delicately. Yeah. So thank you very much for that, and also these wonderful inspirations from 18th century, 17th century, which we tend to forget in our techie times, but we're all standing on the shoulders of giants. So again, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments that...
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Super inspiring talk and work. My question is like, you did this in Monum, but is going to be open to the public soon, or is just for the video, or what? Because you said it's not there anymore, or?
Yeah, so the dragon has been in Monum for almost a year. It was first activated in the Spatial Festival, which the Node Institute and Stefan was collaborating on to realize a piece called La Luz with a choreographer, Kiani Del Valle. So it's been in Monum since then, and it was recently taken down as it will travel the world and also exist in other spaces in Berlin. So it's to be decided when it will return to this amazing spatial sound setup. But for now, it's something that I'm actively working is to make sure that this technology is also accessible to the community and to all of you. So I try to host also like Dragon Labs in Berlin so that you have access to actually play with the technology. So hopefully in the future, I'm thinking maybe October, you'll get to see this piece in its entirety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're certainly going to look forward to that. If there's nothing from the room, we can always go to the internet. No, there's the room.
Hi, thanks for the emphasis of the talk. A technical question, how about the frame rate in this system?
Yeah, so the frame rate is 60 frames per second. Joseph, am I correct? Yes, yeah. So I think we got it running at like 30 at some point.
Do you want to negotiate?
I'm negotiating the frame rate. Our content is usually at 60, but I think Joseph is correct. We usually run at like 30 at most frames per second. So we haven't experienced any delay between TouchDesigner and the Dragon, but sometimes I go a little crazy and then I find ways to break it. So that, and Joseph Peltz has also been amazing with trying to teach me also how to optimize the system, but usually around 30 frames.
And how about glitches? You can
Glitches?
use maybe?
No, none that I can think of. No, I mean, so the dragon is made up of LEDs essentially. And what's particular about these is that each LED has their own little microchip of nanotechnology. So they each have their own little brain, which is how it's able to also differ the RGB values between pixel to pixel. In terms of glitches, the only thing I can think of is that sometimes, with the change in voltage, you have some LEDs that don't respond very well. So they require a recalibration or just an entire replacement.
Over there.
Hey, yeah, I just want to say firstly, thank you for the talk. Super inspiring, and I just feel like there was a little bit missing at the end of you telling us what you're working on now.
Ooh, I'm working on like 8 million different things.
Give us 1 million of those things and I'll be happy.
Yeah, okay, so I'm working on 2, 3, 4. I'm working on, let's say 2 things, sure, let's say 2. One is with AI and all of, this kind of AI entering kind of mainstream conversation. I'm more interested in how it's, again, the 18th century stuff. So there was, okay, just a little backstory. So there was a film historian named Tom Gunning who wrote a paper called The Cinema of Attraction, which looked at how early cinema, so like Lumiere brothers, George Méliès, early cinema existed in amusement parks. It was just a form of entertainment, and people were less interested in the story, like no one's going to see if the train arrives at the station or not, but more interested in how the medium was projected, the fact that it was actually moving images and capturing of reality. And he contextualizes this setting as, cinema of attraction, that we're attracted to the technology, they're existing in settings of attraction and entertainment, and that's what I also feel is happening with AI, that we're less interested in what content is being generated and more interested in the fact that we can actually do this very quickly. So what I'm trying to do now is trying to generate AI images that are inspired by magic lantern slides, and then try to find a way to actually have them as physical slides that you could then interact with through like an RFID, and it would, on an analog projector, and then you would be able to trigger different visuals with this physical magic lantern slide that would be created using AI technology. So this is like more connected to the talk of these kind of blending of technologies. And then the second thing I'm working on, which is a very long journey, is developing this Ophelia piece more, because it's meant to exist as a virtual reality experience for 5 to 10 people, where you would gather in a circle and you would invoke the spirit of Ophelia in this kind of afterlife, with the idea being that you would find a way to lay her to rest. So I'm trying to, as someone who doesn't work in VR, I'm still in the research of understanding Ophelia as a character, because in Korean adaptations of Hamlet, she's portrayed as a shaman. We can talk about this later, and that's freaking amazing. So those are like the 2 intense things that I'm working on. Thank you.
So maybe now is the time to give a voice to our friend.
Oh my God, someone on the internet?
The internet.
Yeah, the whole internet was amazed. I have to scroll
Thank you,
up.
internet.
Actually, I have to scroll up to go to the beginning. So we have
Heart reaction.
and Andrea Cuervo, clap clap Hashimi, great presentation, impressive dynamic lighting installation was led Pulse, and thank you for the book recommendation. We have Markus Schroll, special for us, amazing work.
Oh, yay.
We have Sorab Sam, great job on your presentation. Your research on eye portraits was the main source of inspiration for my first and favorite interactive installation. Thank you. And Marta is also sending her regards. Marta Pang, amazing presentation.
Oh, thank you, internet friends.
Thank you, internet. Do we have more voices from the room? Or should we all grab a drink? And
Fresh air and drinks, yes. Great.
then we will be back
Thank you,
at
everyone.
10 o'clock. We will be back at 10 o'clock with Daniel DALFOVO. I'm very excited that he's finally here at the TouchDesigner Roundtable because he's been teaching so many of us, and I'm very curious what he's gonna say. welcome back. Sorry it was such a short break, but yeah, it's getting intense with the talks, and like I said before, I'm very much looking forward to this talk by Daniel DALFOVO, who's been in TouchDesigner for a long time, and he also taught a lot of us a lot of things. So welcome, Daniel. I'm very curious to hear what you will talk about today.
Spiky microphone. Do you hear me nicely? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Stefan. And thank you, David Brühl, thank you, Wieland, for doing this job here today and every month, every week, getting this community up and running. I remember roundtables were a few people, and now it's this big space. Thank you, Monopol. Yeah, really good job, really cool, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Daniel DALFOVO. I try to tell everything a bit from a TD perspective. So yeah, I've been using TouchDesigner since 2009. I looked it up in my, I needed to check in my brain when it actually was. So 2009, when I did my internship at White Void, I was introduced to TD. Had Achim Kern next to me, who taught me the first tricks, and was traveling to Shanghai with Markus Heckmann after 2 months. So I had these two super brilliant teachers around me for my first steps, which really helped me, I think. So yeah, I studied in Berlin at the University of the Arts in the digital class, and worked at White Void, as I said, went to Art Plus Com, so I kind of did this very Berlin thing to do when you were in this media art world. Yeah, so most recently I created Atelier E with a friend of mine, Christian Losat. And yeah, since kind of we founded together with Corona, so it was a hard start. Yeah, we are kind of two people who are really fascinated by technology and how to use it to convey messages. Christian is rather from an audio perspective, I'm more from the visual perspective. And I firstly want to show you some works that we recently did, mostly done in TD. So let's go here because that has sound. Yeah, so this project was an opera piece that we did 2 years ago at the Ruhr Triennale. It's called DIE. It was based on a book by Reinhard Götz and Albert Oehlen. And they basically made an opera piece out of their book. And yeah, my job was to do the media scenography. So there was 10 projection gazes around the audience. So the stage from the performance was 360 degrees. and they were actually sitting on rotating chairs, so they always had to kind of turn around and look this way, the other way. Each part of the stage had a different band, like a different kind of style. There was violinists, there was a punk band, very wild, yeah. My parents didn't understand anything, so yeah. And of course there was a lot of TD going on. So this is a kind of pic from the TD scene. So everything was really pre-produced in TD. 10 projectors output in real time, and a lot of quad reprojection, so this Trompe-l'oeil effect that was really working nicely with these transparent projection spaces. Just maybe quickly, so I will show 2 projects like kind of this really fast, and then I will go into some deep network TD content. This is another project that was kind of accompanying us the whole time. We really like to work together with scientists, so we have this project that is almost 4 years old with Fraunhofer Institute, with the Department of Neuroscience. And I heard it a few times today already, so it's basically a neurofeedback system where people wear EEG devices like this one here from Unicorn, and they are able to manipulate the audiovisual installation. Our task here was mostly to, we didn't do the machine learning or the interpretation of the data. That was all done by the Fraunhofer Institute, but we were kind of using their input data that they got from these 2 people wearing those devices, and try to make like a kind of, to make it feelable, to make the data feelable for the people. And I don't know if Stefan was actually referring to that earlier in his question, but this was really playing a lot with the kind of attention or non-attention that people had. So we kind of were able to detect if people were in a kind of like in the zone or were kind of intrigued and immersed, and we could then amplify that with the audiovisual feedback that we gave. And here you see some EEG value visualizations done in TD. What was really nice for me was to implement the lab streaming layer, which is a protocol that is used in laboratories. I think it's up in the derivative forum. Whoever wants to use the LSL protocol, it's there to use. It's a very precise protocol because every data point has a nanosecond timestamp. That's how they kind of combine the different data in a laboratory, because they need to match them really precisely in terms of time. So yeah, in general, they were able to change the sound and the color of the LEDs and the rotation of the sculpture. Okay. So the next project is kind of leaning towards what I actually want to talk about, is the process of calibration, the process of going from the virtual kind of pre-production and the perfect virtual world, and then going back into reality, where nothing works as you expect. And yeah, so I really liked the talk before, because it showed a nice way of getting inspiration from old machines And what we created was, from the project Loom, is kind of a never-ending weaving machine, which was first displayed and shown in a textile factory. And what you see here in the background is a punch machine, and it is from the late 1700s. And they basically, the punch machine was translating image into punch cards, into like a binary data format. And it was actually there where it started that images got translated into X and Y coordinates. So they kind of needed to find a way of translating a circle into X layers and into Y layers. And they created this punch card, and it also made this, this binary system. And the first computer by Charles Babbage, the analytical engine, was actually very deeply inspired by a Jacquard loom, by a textile machine. So the first computer is actually called like a weaving machine of algebraic patterns. And that was the start of our inspiration for this piece. Maybe a few images. I think it's not so understandable. So what happens is that we project UV lasers onto phosphorescent threads that we can drive here on this spool. So we can kind of draw information onto movable threads that kind of float through the venue, making it like a kind of floating data room. So yeah, I just want to invite you to my TD sketch that runs this. Yeah, this is mostly how my patches look. They, I think, yeah, I can consider myself, I think, pretty tidy. What I have up here is kind of data that a lot of nodes use, and then I have this kind of top-down direction of kind of main data, and then I have a left to right, which is basically producing input to output. Yeah, let's look at it here. So one thing I will open on the side, you have this beautiful big screen up here. So I have the preview here, which is very dark now because there's no light. So let's turn on some light. Okay. So yeah, here's my preview of the loom. I don't know who was at the TD Roundtable big gathering a few weeks ago at Holon Space. This was actually exhibited at Holon Space at the beginning of this year at the CTM festival. Maybe you remember those slides up there. Thank you, Wieland, for making it run so smoothly. So this is my preview of 2 lasers hitting phosphorescent threads and having LED bars up there. My chain basically here is getting OSC from Ableton. That was Christian's job. He's a Ableton Max MSP Pro, so it was very tightly connected to the outputs of the sound. And in here is my collection of scenes or images or parts, which is always my playground. And I think here it starts to get a bit more messy inside of them. So my scenes is where they become more exploratory, more messy. I try to be as clean as possible until I get into my actual output or producing the output. You see it gets just a bit more complex, a bit more chaotic. And I really enjoy that in TD is that you can keep kind of both variations. I like to keep everything kind of this way, but inside it becomes very messy. So I always have this pair of scenes and tracks. And the tracks is basically my way of queuing or having an order or having a timeline. They are getting stored in here. So what you see here is actually the output that gets sent to the laser, which I actually also produce for the rendering here. Moritz made a super perfect tool to my visualizer is rubbish compared to that. It doesn't really represent what the laser does in reality. So thanks for the brilliant tool to know much better how the laser actually outputs the image. This is my laser preview. Here's my actual preview. And here is my output to the motors to drive the whole machines and to the lasers. So let's turn on another scene. It's this one. Oops. Doesn't want to change. Okay. I know it is this one. Okay. So this is probably something that you remember from the video. It's the random sparkling. And who can figure out what node is that? The ramp top, of course. You always see it. So the next steps for this project are actually this is my other data pool, is to change the object that I'm actually projecting on. So having some kind of other dimension to it would be very interesting for me to check out in the next steps. This one here too. So that is super nicely to do in TD. You can try out shapes, you can try out different kind of variations that you want to do. But arriving on site and having to hit single little tiny threads with the laser was quite challenging. So I had to think of something. So I made a calibration scene with which I could calibrate the whole thing. And let's check out some videos or some images. So this was me calibrating. I made myself a small interface to calibrate the threads with the PlayStation controller, because it's not possible to do that with a mouse. I learned that when we made Scala for Christopher Bauda. I think we had like 5, 6, 7 people underneath the installation all having a PlayStation controller. And it's a super handy way of interfacing with this kind of stuff. And so I needed to tell the laser exactly on which position is the thread and in which position is the laser, so I can actually hit the laser with like a straight line. And when you kind of get into that, you become a bit nerdy, of course. And what I did is I actually projected the Bezier curves with the laser onto the floor, so I knew exactly how I was kind of transforming this curve to perfectly fit onto the threads. This was the Testaufbau that we did in the Flutgraben. And by then there was only one laser existing from the UV lasers. And with the kind help of Michael Sollinger, who's a good friend, and he really wanted to support us, he built a second of these lasers because there was none. And but he said, yeah, try it out with the blue laser at the beginning. And that was actually super helpful for us, because you can see the blue laser, and the UV laser you can see it, but really, really hard. So it was actually really cool to first play around with the laser that you saw, that you actually know what you are doing. And that helped us actually a lot at the beginning. And what we found out is that if you want to have the threads be like illuminated super strong, you cannot just draw a line on top of them, but you have to stop on each thread. And that was the main reason we needed to calibrate, is because you needed to stop the laser above each thread to make it charge as much as possible. So up here is the calibration. Each thread has a different calibration container. And what the result is basically this curved, weird line in space. That is the lookup value for each laser if you want to hit this thread. So basically, if I wanted to draw a circle, I didn't think in XYZ values. I thought in ID for each thread, and then 0 to 1 on the length of the thread. This was kind of the math that I needed to do. And I think it generates a really nice image here at the end. This is how the laser sees the threads. It's this funny, weird, curved, not straight lines that you would expect from your virtual world, but that is the kind of calibrated thread that, oops. Oh, what was that? It's gone. Okay. Here. That was a cue, that was weird. Cool. Yeah, so this is the calibration, and it's really, I'm always stunned, like this calibration is so much work, and it basically just shifts stuff by centimeters and millimeters, But yeah, I'm always very, very intrigued by getting it right, by really pointing the laser onto the thread and not getting it wrong. So yeah, this is Loom. This is the first thing to show. Let's pause that. Yeah, the next project is calibrating moving heads to real space. So having real world XYZs and being able to hit them with a moving head which knows pan and tilt values. As I often do, I ask around because there's always people who have already worked on it. So I'm really, my first step is always asking people. And there's one guy that I had the pleasure to work with before, Elliot Woods from Kimchi and Chips, and he's probably the master of calibration. And he had this one solution for moving heads, which is very brilliant. And then I talked to Michael Sollinger again, who I like to ask for help. And he had this other solution that he knows from his laser world, and that is working with homographies from OpenCV. So I chose to go the OpenCV way because that was the one that I did understand. The one from Elliot Woods was just too mind-blowing for me. I think I understood it now, but a few weeks ago it was just like, no way, this is impossible. Yeah, this is my patch again. It has this kind of left to right. My models, I have an on-start routine. I have scenes and tracks again. And here is my calibration. This time I have one moving head now. I was using the first time the bind chop, which I thought was cool. If you work if you work a lot with the parameters, it has a nice kind of feature. I never used it before. I have my preview again, and this is the picture you saw in the build-up. So this is a nice point cloud from our office. This is me. This is Clemens, and the person that you don't see sits in the audience, Aaron, who did the point cloud. So yeah, so we had a moving head here, and the general idea, I don't know how much I should explain it to you or just show it to you, but please ask afterwards. The basic idea that happens here is that you create 4 points on the floor and 4 points on the top, and then you're able to kind of hit any spot in space. One thing has to be said: if you do it that way, it's meant to work kind of as a laser. A laser is not possible to shoot into the back. It just can shoot that way. So if you want to have a full 360 degrees with a moving head, you would have to create another 4 down there and 4 up there to have a kind of full 360 degrees tracking. So yeah, basically, I would just go in here. This is my moving head. Or actually, let's do it that way. Yeah, so what Michael, I don't know if he invented it, but what he told me was even if you have 2 flat layers, you can always create a layer in between. So this is what I called now homography slicing. So you have 2 homographies, and you create this 3rd homography kind of on the fly in between those. This is actually the important one. So always creates this third homography, and it just works. I mean, it's super precise. It just hits any point that you tell it to. I made a little scene that was really fun to work with in the studio. Was to am I playing now? No. Let me check. Oops. Not a number. Let's get it back to this. Okay. Sorry. It is jump. Okay, so yeah, so any kind of target that you add here, you can trace it back with the moving head. There it is. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I just came back from actually testing this. That's why it's a bit. So this is done with 4 moving heads. That was the first test. This is like any space in air I can track with those 4. What's missing here is I want to attach a PlayStation controller to it. Because now we're doing it with a mouse, and this was an image from Aaron calibrating the moving head. So basically what you saw in here, these 4 corners, these are targets that you have to know. You need to know the real position of them. And then you hit those targets, and then you save the pan tilt value that you needed to hit those targets. And from that you generate the homography. And this, what you see here, is a gobo that these Roby slides had, and they had this really brilliant feature that was probably not intended, but this little 4-color square in the middle wasn't rotating, and it was for us the perfect target arrow to hit the small spheres. So what we did is we actually we created this object that had a sphere here on top and a sphere here on the bottom, and with that we hit the moving lights onto the spheres. I'm so sorry that you have to get this nerdy talk at the end. But that's how it is. Yeah, here again, the 4 moving heads crossing in the air. And today, or the last 2 days, we were calibrating 20 lights. And what you see here is basically, I actually showed this one explains it better. So this is a track person. We are using Farus tracker. It's a tracker that the Ars Electronica produced. And this is basically a trail of a person walking in space. And if you stand still, the light kind of comes back to follow you again. There you already see you have this kind of, the light is very wide, so the hit of these very narrow moving heads is it doesn't look so accurate, but it actually, you see that it's actually really nicely working. Okay. Yeah, I think this is maybe something more one-on-one-ish. So, or if you have very specific questions about that, the code is up on GitHub, so it's there to grab. Yeah. So maybe one last thing I want to show is another project. Is basically we are not calibrating the output, but we are calibrating the input. And this was a software that we made for Thomas Saraceno. He's an Argentinian artist. And we made a software that tracks dust particles in space with 2 cameras. So it was a 3D tracking software. And that was where I worked together with Elliot Woods. And these tracked particles were then visualized and actually sonified. That was the really cool part. You could kind of blow into the dust, and you heard like 60 speakers reacting onto it, and you were kind of inside of the dust. And what we also did is we attached the camera in the virtual space to a dust particle, so you were actually seeing the dust from the point of view of another dust particle. Yeah, that was madness actually. When Thomas Saraceno asked me to do it, I asked around, and Markus Heckmann told me to get my finger of it. But he said if someone can do it, then Elliot Woods can do it. So I contacted Elliot Woods, and yeah, he was like, yeah, super cool, I want to do it. And I was like, yes. So yeah, he is on the website. There's much more. Here's the super word, calibration. So basically, the calibration part here was to calibrate the cameras, calibrating the single camera so that you don't have a distorted image, but you have like a real flat image. You do that with checkerboards. Maybe you've seen it in the OpenCV world. So it kind of undistorts the camera into like proper coordinates. And then the second part for stereo vision is you need to calibrate the stereo camera. So you need to exactly know in which kind of relation those 2 cameras are to each other. We use some optical flow for like sound generation. Yeah, here's a bit of a TD inside actually. There's no sound. Oops. So this is a lot of custom C++ chops that Elliot Woods created. And I remember the phone call or the video call that I had with Markus Heckmann, Malcolm, and Elliot Woods. And Alex Guevara also worked on this project. And that video call was just, yeah, I didn't get anything. It was Malcolm and Elliot Woods talking about C++ was like super crazy. So yeah, it was really cool to work on that. It was a lot of lessons learned, and yeah, there was really a lot of C++ magic going on. I want to quickly show the principle behind that. Cosmic dust. So at the beginning, we kind of created a pure TD version of the whole thing. At the end, it was not performing good enough. TD is probably, or like Python is not made for it. So what we needed to have is at least 120 FPS to safely track the particles, because they are like very tiny, obviously. But this is kind of illustrating the idea behind it. So this is 2 cameras, and there was this massive light beam from this very bright Roby that was pointing through the space. And this is here our stereo pair, 2 cameras, and they have this kind of, they have a position, they have a rotation, and same here, position, rotation, and they all have their own little image of what they are seeing. So they see these dust particles. And these lines that you see kind of overlapping with them is from the other camera. So the other camera sees also dust particles, and these are the lines that go from the other camera to these dust particles. They are called epipolar lines. And what you need to do is you need to find if one of these epipolar lines is meeting a particle in your image, and that's how you kind of find those matches. And when you have a match, you kind of say, okay, I have a match. You save it, and then if you have a match for more than 5 frames, you say, okay, that's probably a real match. It's not like some weird coincidence because the other particle is on the line, but it's actually not the real match in the world. So there was all these settings of what is the threshold, and how many frames do we need to wait, and this kind of stuff. So at the end, what you had is let's go in here. It's the preview. Yeah, what you had is 2 cameras, and what it illustrates here is each camera is actually doing a 2D projection. It just projects into the space where it sees in its 2D image, where it sees the dots. And then you see that they actually have this meeting point in space. So this is now running at 44, 45 FPS, but then Elliot Woods came and made multi-threaded madness in C++ and had it run at 120 FPS. And yeah, that's how we made 3D tracked particles of dust. That's more or less the end of my peek over the shoulders. Super technical, I guess. And I guess somehow we are all in this technological world. But for me, technology is somehow to enable what I imagine. It's like my tool, my vehicle to transport what I want to say. And what I always need to keep in mind is it should be it shouldn't be the message. It should be the vehicle to transport the message. The technology shouldn't be in the first row. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That was quite a ride through the world of calibration. Do we have questions? I'm sure we all have a lot of questions, but do we also want to say them? We want.
In this project with the dust, the idea was to just to get the positions, or you mapped them with light in the end, with some laser, no?
No, it was just...
Is it possible at all to hit them with something else?
Definitely, yeah.
And the latencies and all the stuff, I understand that you made a tremendous work on C++ side to get it to good FPS on the tracking side, but if you shoot them, what would you have to do to not to be late to get it?
I mean, a dust particle it doesn't really have a size, you know.
So there's no point in doing you'll just see the rays.
Yeah, in theoretically to point at that real position is definitely doable, but I'm not sure if there's no output media that you can trim down so precisely to hit the dust particle. But yeah, you could definitely, I mean, it would be possible because like if you even take a laser that is like, I don't know, like this finger, you are already in the kind of delay size of a moving particle. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was it was funny, the terminology that we had when we were programming, because what we also calculated was the center of mass of a dust particle, and it just sounds wrong. It doesn't have a center of mass. It's just like nothing, and but that was like in an image, a particle maybe had like 4 pixels or 1.5, and the center of mass is then really a subpixel unit. So that was really important for making these epipolar lines, is that you don't think in pixels, but you think in subpixels. And that was, yeah, that was an interesting point.
And a quick question. You mentioned some homography or something like this when you were building this collaboration for the beam. Just like a couple of words how it looks like.
Inside the patch, you say?
Yeah. What do you get as the result? Is it a table? What is it?
I can go in here maybe. Yeah, this is a good preview. There we go. So what you see here is those red points are pan tilt coordinates of the moving head to hit the target. So this is pan 0, so this is 0 in the middle, so the moving head is pointing straight. And then you have 270 until here, minus 270 until here, and the same in this direction. And so it kind of, you can actually see the square here, these points. So this is how the moving head sees a square. It has this kind of distorted square, and that is basically a homography.
The square you mean on one surface?
Yeah, the floor. So this is probably the top square, and this is the bottom square. And this is kind of the 3D space then in which the moving head is moving. And basically that's what a homography is. It's a distortion. It's a distortion from a real rectangle into this kind of weird spreaded rectangle. And what we're doing in this homography slicing, which is this brilliant idea, is that we create another square in between those top and bottom squares in real time. And
so you interpolate between these two 1, 1 values, like?
Kind of, yeah. So we are building another homography that is connecting the 2 top homographies on a specific layer.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All clear now.
Hi, thanks for the talk.
He knows everything already.
Coming back to the particles, what was the overflow number of particles, if you could read it?
We at the end we had like a binning of 100 particles. That was like we maxed it there because sonification didn't make any sense. We sonified maybe 10 particles at the same time. Anything above that didn't make any sense. For the visual part, it could go on and on, but I think at the beginning, I don't know if I can pause this. At the beginning, you see two layers on top of each other. I will stop the video. Yeah, these two. This is camera 1 and this is camera 2, and this is 500 more or less particles per camera. And this was the bottleneck actually. This function to find the particle in each camera is the bottleneck because you can't parallelize it. It's called fine contours from OpenCV. You need to do it on the CPU. And that was the problem. And it takes, I don't know, 3-4 milliseconds. And that was our bottleneck. And from there on, we needed to trim it down. So yeah, we had like 100, 150 particles tracked at the same time.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks as well for the talk, for the many interesting calibration insights. I was wondering, how did the sound relate to the optical flow?
The optical flow was more like, like the belly feeling. It was more like deep sounds and more like something that you felt rather low, and the particles was something that were rather high pitched, that were more floating and much more detailed. So I didn't like it too much, but Thomas Sarrazin was always doing this beep, 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 beep. It always had to make this sound, and he was super fascinated by it. So the dust particles made this really super concrete sound of beep, 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 beep. And the optical flow was more like ambient underneath that. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. It's not about the particles, it's about the moving heads from before. My question is just if you were calibrating all of them or individually, and then just like with a lag, they are all working together. I don't know if it's self-explanatory with the video, or you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think so. You need to calibrate every moving head for itself. You can make assumptions on other moving heads based on what you have, but yeah, the real problem that you have again, if you're going into the real world, like this is my moving head here, and it has a position and a rotation. That was the same with the cameras in the dust project, and that's never precise. It doesn't matter how well you measure it with any instrument. So if I hit this spot here now perfectly, but the moving head is not 0 degrees rotated, but 1. And on the other axis 1, and on the other axis -1, and it's not on that real position, but on that, then all of a sudden you have this super crazy, not super crazy, but you have this deviation here. And if you sum that up to like 20 moving heads, then then it doesn't work anymore. So it needs to be on, because you don't know the perfect position of this moving head. That's because the mass is there. Like if you know the perfect position of the moving head, if you know the perfect position of the target, you do maths and then you hit it. But that's never the case, and that's why calibration comes in. That needs to take out this difference.
Thank you. And just out of curiosity, how long did it took you to calibrate the 20 moving heads there?
Aaron did, I think now it took, including development, because it didn't really work perfectly. We took 2 days now. But I think if you make a PlayStation controller, it takes 2 hours maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, if there's no more question, then thank you very much, Daniel, for this insight.
Thank you a lot, guys.
And now we would like to take a short moment to highlight 3 things. The first thing is, oh God, now I have to use a Mac. That's feels like a Mac. I want to point out 2 courses that are coming up. One is happening next week, and it's going to be held by Tommy Atkin, who programmed the RayTK toolkit for TouchDesigner. I'm sure you've heard about it, maybe you've tried it. It's pretty cool because usually if you want to do ray marching, you have to be quite an expert in GLSL, but if you work with Tommy's toolkit, you can get away with just putting notes together, which we all like very much. And I mention this especially because with this one, we try out a thing. So this is going to happen online on Zoom, but you can come to the Note Institute studio and you can do it there because lots of people don't like to sit alone in front of the computers. Other people really like that. But if you don't like it, you can feel the community while taking part in this workshop, discuss with others and have a beer afterwards. And we're also going to do the same thing in LA, in the Lighthouse. So people can participate in Berlin at the Note Institute, they can participate online, but they can also gather at the Lighthouse in LA. And yeah, that's why you should join this course, because we really want to try out if that creates a new kind of hybrid togetherness between the 2 continents and the people. So show this course some love. And the other course that I really like to mention is the one after that. God, it's really hard to see the mouse here. Can you operate this? Because this is going to be the one we heard a lot about lasers and calibration and about the wonderful tools that Laser Sollinger provides. And Moritz, who's sitting here in the audience, he's going to hold this workshop. And it's going to be super exciting because he's going to show you how to control lasers from TouchDesigner. And use all the wonderful tools that Laser Sollinger has, and they also support this workshop and provide us with simulation tools, and it's really the fast track to get into lasers with TouchDesigner. And once you're through with that, you can start shooting at dust particles in a paramilitary manner. And for the introduction, for the last thing that we want to mention before I will give the word to Timo, maybe it's a bit political. We already heard that we're really looking forward to the end of nations. And the other thing that I like to mention, because it comes up again and again when talking to people here, we see so many win-win-win situations if we share this knowledge and if we work together and we forget about all this fucking competition that they always try to tell us. It's not important if one person runs faster than the other person, because they can walk together and then they can have a conversation and they can learn from each other. And this is kind of the spirit that we're very happy to feel it in the TouchDesigner community. And I just wanted to say that this makes me happy that we have the spirit and that we don't try to compete and to outperform each other, but we can perform together. And in that spirit, a few guys got together, guided by Timo, and Timo will introduce the idea now.
Yeah, hello. I'm Timo. I don't know who of you was in the planetarium as well. Yeah, okay, not so many people, so I will just say it again. We, since 5 days, actually have the Spatial Media Lab as a Verein funded. Which also is pretty cool because Joseph and Stefan and Wieland is also part of it, and we created this kind of 5 years ago to to enable spatial media in audio, video, whatever, and to connect audiences, engineers, and artists. Because in the spirit of cooperation, we feel that there's so much brain power wasted on the same problems, and coming together, sharing in an open source way, sharing solutions, finding good solutions, and helping each other. I think like the whole of experiences can get better, and everyone will have a better time, because we're not wasting our time on tedious logistical questions. And so we created the Spatial Media Lab now finally as an institution, and I will quickly show the website. And there is actually a newsletter sign up for, you can sign up for the mailing list if you're interested, because more people talk to me about it, and it's kind of really a complementary thing working with the Node Institute in the whole spirit of cooperation, because it's just, we can just create so much better stuff together than just on our own. And Spatial Media Lab is about creating open source software, hardware, and bringing people together and enabling experiences. We work with the planetarium for quite some time, and we are always open for new possibilities for spaces, and we have a really interesting bunch of people around already, and now we are 7 people that funded that, but we have a whole group of friends, and now being an institution, we can also all become part of the Spatial Media Lab, and we are right now on the verge of getting an actual space where we can hold workshops and meetups and stuff, and yeah, that's super cool. And I feel this is one more way, like one more little building stone in creating like tighter nets in these communities that, yeah, you have here. Like I'm pretty new to TouchDesigner world, but I feel the same with Stefan. It's about cooperation and not corporations, kind of. That's our unofficial motto. Yeah, that's about it.
And with these beautiful words, we end the 23rd TouchDesigner Roundtable. As always, if any of you feel like that you would also like to share with the community what you're working on, what questions are driving you, what things you find out that you want to save time for other people so they don't have to find it out, send me a mail. I'm very easy to reach. It's info@thenodeinstitute.org. And we are not gatekeeping. Whenever you think that you want to present to the community, then just drop me a line and we're going to make it happen, and we're going to be very happy that you do it. And we're not sure yet if you're going to make the June meetup, because Wieland is going to go to the Fusion. And that destroys our whole technical backbone. So this is also a bit of a call. Who of you thinks that you maybe want to help to make a TouchDesigner Roundtable without Wieland, which means helping with the streaming and the audio and the video and so on, then maybe let's discuss it, and I'm happy to hear from you. If not, we might have a very long summer break. See you soon. Thank you for coming.